that takes you down to the pump house?
There is. It's right about where the M and the O are in Warnemont.
All right, where I'm pointing here?
Yes,
This road that would go down to the pump house, that's the only way you could get a vehicle down there. Is that fair to say?
that is correct.
Okay. And this stretch of shoreline right here, is this the stretch of shoreline that you were dispatched to that day, April 2nd, 2024?
Correct.
Was the human leg that was found there, where was it located, if you could approximate on this map?
Would you like me to show you?
If you could.
Approximately right here.
Okay, so let the record reflect the witness is pointing towards the shoreline, right about halfway up the page.
Any objection to that?
No.
Thank you.
Where would the entrance from Sheridan Park be?
It would not be shown here on this map. It's further north.
Okay. I'm changing it to Exhibit 443. So above, we see Warnemont Park here, and above that, that would be Sheridan Park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so it'd be up this road from Sheridan Drive, fair?
That's fair.
Okay. When you first got down to the shores of Lake Michigan at Warnemont Park on April 2nd, did you encounter Deputy Krieger?
I did.
All right, that's K-R-U-E-G-E-R for the record. Were you kind of briefed on what had happened prior to your arrival?
I was.
What was the, albeit limited, information that you were given at that time?
I was to inform that there were 2 citizens that found the severed leg on the beach area and called Cudahy Police Department. From there, Cudahy called us due to its jurisdiction. Our 2 deputies then confirmed that there was a leg, secured the scene, and called for CID, Criminal Investigation Division, to respond.
And you were the detective from CID who responded?
That's correct.
Were there other detectives who eventually responded?
There were.
But essentially, the scene investigation, you were going to take over that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. After being briefed by Deputy Krieger, what did you do?
I initially just kind of did a once-over of the overall area to get an idea of what it was that I was dealing with. The conditions were very poor. That lower area next to the pump house was under construction. They were going to be paving a certain area and laying grass, but at that time it was gravel and a lot of mud and muck. I changed into boots and was guided by Deputy Krieger down the beach. To get to that area, there is a very narrow tree line, and then it's a precarious, steep decline. It's short, but it's very steep, that you have to actually hang on to trees and roots or you'll lose your footing. From there, it was about 100 to 150 yards to the location of the leg. That terrain was rocky. The rocks varied in size from pebbles all the way up to probably the size of cantaloupes. It was not an easy navigation to get to.
When you walked that 100 and 150 yards, what did you see?
There I saw what appeared to be the right leg of a black female. Based on the condition, it appeared that it wasn't there for very long. I did not see any visible decomposition. The skin was very smooth, free of blemishes. I didn't see any noticeable scarring or any tattoos on it. The nail polish was a bright pink color, and it appeared that it might be from a younger woman.
What about its appearance did you take note of, if you want to elaborate on why you say that it appeared to be from a younger woman?
Just the condition of the skin. It had a very youthful appearance to it. It was not crepey. There was, like I said, there was no decomposition, so it was in very good condition.
What were you able to discern, if anything, about the size of this human?
At one point, we had to move the leg again due to the waves crashing up a little too close to it. Deputy Krieger picked it up upright with the foot to the ground and the thigh upwards, and I noticed that the leg appeared to be a little bit shorter than I was, and I'm 5'3". It also, size-wise, looked similar to my weight. At that time was 170 pounds.
Did you notice an obvious line where it had been dismembered from the body?
I did.
What did you observe about that?
When the leg was being moved, the fold of skin and flesh had moved away from the bone. You could see that it was severed below that top ball of the femur. It looked like it was a tool mark. It was very smooth all the way up to the end, and then it looks like it was snapped. It reminded me of a tree branch that you're sawing and you get so far and you're like, no, just gonna break it. It broke off and it was like a piece, jagged piece at the end. I noticed that the skin had kind of a long zigzag pattern to it, which is usually indicative of cutting rather than pulling to be ripped apart. That's why I was able to determine that it probably was not from like an accident, a boating accident, or anything like that.
Did you bring a camera?
I did.
Did you take photos of the scene as well as of the leg?
I did.
I'm going to show you exhibits 2 through 9. And I'm going to bring them up on the TV screen with you. But first, why don't you page through 2 through 9 and tell me if you recognize those.
I do. These are the photos that I took.
Not all of them, correct?
No, I took more than this.
Okay. I moved 2 through 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
All right. Detective, I'm going to bring up exhibits 2 through 9 on my screen here. If I bring one up that is not one that's in front of you, tell me. Okay, thank
Okay.
you. All right, let's start with, this is going to be exhibit number... Is this exhibit number 2?
It is.
Okay. What are we looking at?
This is a view of the beach shoreline area looking north.
Okay. The waves over here, they were pretty substantial that day.
They were in growing.
And through your experience with working with the sheriff's office, do you have any familiarity with the shores of Warnemont Park?
I do.
Do the tides change?
They do, dependent on the weather.
All right. And this weather on this day was what?
It was rainy. There was mixed sleet that day. The winds were really high. It was not a pleasant day.
And then off to the left side here is the leg.
That's correct.
This exhibit marker here, someone from your department put that there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to move to exhibit 3. What are we looking at here?
This is taken from the same position as exhibit number 2. I just rotated and now we're looking southbound.
For purposes of sort of giving a visual as to how far you had to walk?
That's correct.
All right, and so I'm gonna zoom here. There's 2 people, these would be investigators or people that were there on scene when you were doing your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at over here that I'm circling with my mouse, where this wave is crashing into?
So that's where the bottom of the hill, where the pump house is. There's that kind of paved area. Well, at that time it was not paved. And they have a break wall, and then there's the large boulders that go down into the lake. Just to the right of that is that rather steep embankment that I had to crawl down to get to the shoreline.
All right, so would that be where my mouse is right now?
Yes, it's a little hidden from view, yes.
This sort of right angle here that I'm highlighting with my mouse, is that the pump house?
It is,
And that's kind of over the bluff there, over the cliff?
correct.
Okay. So and the service road would be also right by that pump house, correct?
Yes.
All right. Gonna go to exhibit 4. What is this?
This would be in, again, the same location. I'm just now looking west and up the bluff, just to demonstrate how steep that is as well.
And at the bottom, it's angled, but at the top here, it kind of actually gets vertical. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
One would have an extremely difficult, if not impossible, time trying to get down here from the top of that cliff, right?
Definitely.
Okay. Next exhibit. What are we looking at?
It is another picture of the leg.
Next exhibit. What number is this?
Number 6,
What are we looking at?
that is the top thigh portion of the leg.
And this is what you were describing before. What did you note about how it was cut?
You can see, if you mind, if I can get down to point.
You may.
Thank you. It's this large zigzag motion that led me to believe that it was an instrument that did the severing and not being ripped.
You said an instrument,
Correct.
and then you had also mentioned that part of what you were able to observe of the leg made you believe that an instrument stopped being used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well,
on the
describe
bone
that again.
portion, yes.
Okay.
It's not visible in this photo. The flesh is covering that portion up again, but it does look smooth, like when you would cut a bone with a knife or saw.
Next exhibit. What number is this?
Number 7, and that shows her pink toenail polish.
All right, zoom in on that. This is exhibit number 8. What is this?
This is again, the top of the thigh portion, where you can again see the rather Z-like jagged serration marks.
And lastly, exhibit 9.
Again, just showing the location of the leg. At this point, it had been moved a few times. Still laying in the same position, like still facing the same direction, just had to move it closer to the embankment there.
Do you recall about how far up the leg was described originally to have been when Evan and Osiris found it?
Probably be about 10 to 15 feet. It'd be right about where that bush is in the photo, that dark spot.
Where I'm circling?
Correct.
Okay. Did you assist with other investigators in searching the other parts of that coastline?
Correct.
And I'm specifically talking about down by the water, not up on the cliff.
Just in my travels back and forth between my squad and to the leg, I would search as I would go by to look for anything else. I did not find anything else.
Were other members of your department out there searching as well?
Yes.
And where nothing else was found?
No.
About how far up and down the coastline were people searching?
I do not know how far they went to the north, but I do know that they did also go to the north of the leg location, but we did search rather extensively from the leg to the south.
Okay. Did you make a request of the Coast Guard?
I did. I asked to see if they could come with their searchlights to scan the bluff area. We were starting to lose light at that point. They denied our request due to the weather.
Was the area of the bluff searched nevertheless?
It was.
And how about up above the bluff in the wood line? Were investigators also heavily searching that area?
We did. It was due to have a snowstorm that night, and I was worried about losing any potential evidence to a snow cover. That's when Detective Colehop and Detective Bacon also responded to the scene, and along with the deputies on the scene and Officer DeSmet, we all started to comb that upper area. It's a lot of very narrow paths, I guess. They're just worn down between the tree line and that parkway area that you see. We went through there extensively trying to find anything else and did not find any other evidence.
Okay, I want to actually bring back up, I want to say this is going to be exhibit number 3 on the screen. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, obviously, you came down here and were able to walk to where you were standing. You walked in a northern direction to get to where you're standing when you took this picture. Is there a way to walk? Is there a path essentially that would get you down over to the other side of the pump house, or is it kind of rocky and treacherous along there?
It is. It's similar to that on top of the bluff area. The path south of the pump house is very narrow and it's just dirt. I did not go any farther south just because I didn't feel it was safe.
No other body parts were located in the area of Ornament Park, is that correct?
That's correct.
The medical examiner's office came and took possession of the leg?
They did.
Was it assigned case number 24-02296?
It was.
And their role was to conduct an autopsy of the leg at that time, right?
That's correct.
In addition to looking for other body parts, did you look for any other items that you thought might have some value?
I did.
And did you take note of anything?
I did not.
Okay. Any clothing found?
There was a t-shirt and a bra, and that would have been very close to that initial tree line where you'd have to walk down. The bra was under driftwood and kind of covered with sand. The same with the t-shirt. It was up and off a little ways. They appeared to have been there for a while.
They were soaked?
They were.
Okay. And you say appeared to have been there for a while and they were covered by like driftwood, you said?
Debris, sand, and pieces of charred wood.
Did it appear they were naturally covered by that stuff or like someone tried to bury them?
Naturally.
Okay, so your takeaway essentially was that you believe those had been there for a while.
Correct.
Is this a location where you've seen other stuff like that since you've been back there after this date?
Nothing really clothing-wise. It appears that there might be a place that kids like to go to have fires right next to the parking lot area. That's where the charred wood is. Sometimes you'll find beer cans and things like that, but that's the only things that I've really found since I've been there.
And you're specifically talking about this area sort of right by where that pump house service road ends, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the location where this bra and shirt was found?
Correct.
The following day, April 3rd, 2024, were you contacted by the Milwaukee Police Department?
I was.
What was the nature of that contact?
I was asked to call an officer, Nora Burlow, that she had taken a welfare check the prior night for a Sade Robinson who had been reported missing by a coworker.
Was there another report to Milwaukee Police regarding Miss Robinson?
There was. Officer Burlow told me that she noticed this welfare check because it was an area that they don't often get called to, being Sade Robinson's apartment on North Commerce. When she opened the call up, she noticed that there was an associated call for a burnt-out car earlier that morning, and that really piqued her interest, and that's when she went to the apartment.
In response to learning that information from the Milwaukee Police Department, did you look into Sade Robinson's demographics?
I did.
And did Sade's description, through what you were able to find, seem to match the description of the leg that you had recovered at Warnemont Park?
It did, according to the DOT demographics. She appeared to be the same height and weight and skin coloring of the leg.
Just a few other questions about this topic, Detective Donner. In the days, weeks, time period after April 2nd, when you first went to Warnemont Park, were there other searches of the park involving canine units?
There were.
Do you know how many?
I don't know the specific number for Warnemont Park, but I believe we had a total of 8 canine searches in various different areas. We had ground penetrating radar, as well as a specialized unit that does water searches as well.
Who is that?
That's Bruce's Legacy.
It's
They,
the
a
organization?
volunteer group.
Okay. And they came out to the location that we see here in Exhibit 1 and searched the coastline near where the leg was found?
They did on a couple of occasions, yes.
Do you know exactly how many, or do you just know it was more than one?
I believe it was 2.
Nothing found?
No, nothing was found.
Was a drone unit ever flown around this area to try to find more body parts?
It was for a better view of the bluffs, yes.
What did that yield?
Nothing.
And were dive teams used to go into Lake Michigan near this location to attempt to locate more body parts?
They were.
And was anything ever found there?
No, there wasn't.
The area depicted in Exhibit 1, that shoreline, how many times have you been there?
Probably a couple dozen since April 1st of last year.
Do you ever see anybody else down in that area of the shoreline where the leg was found?
Objection relevance.
I'll allow it, you can answer it.
Not on the shoreline portion. On the upper portion, I would see people walking their dogs, but not actually down by the lake.
I have no other questions at this time. This is a witness I would recall at a later time for a different topic.
Understood. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Detective. Good morning.
Good morning.
You said that in the times you've been there, you've noticed a spot where kids hang out, and you said something about noticing beer cans. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
And that's near the parking area by the pump house is where you're describing that?
Correct.
You say kids hang out. Did you ever have contact with kids that were hanging out there, or you're just using that as a generalization based on what you see?
I spent 15 years on our parks unit in various forms, from mounted patrol to working in a squad. And when we would get called down to that area for smoke, that's where they would always be, and they generally were underage.
Okay, so you're talking people under 21 is what you mean?
Correct.
By underage. And this time when you went there, so it was April 1st?
Or April 2nd, I'm sorry.
April 2nd was the first, when you went there for the leg, right?
Correct.
Was that the first time you had been to Warnemont Park, or in your 15 years prior, had you been there on other occasions?
I've been there on other occasions.
Okay, so when you're saying a couple dozen times before to the jury, are you talking since April 2nd, couple dozen times in the last year, right?
Yes.
But then many times before that?
Yes, I'm enough to be familiar with it, yes.
Got it. You said the conditions that day, obviously we can see the photos, windy, stormy, waves, all accurate description, right?
Correct.
Eventually, at some point, 2 gloves were found, were they not?
Yes, I did not do that, but yes,
Okay, you weren't involved in that.
I was not.
You weren't called to the scene to recover those?
I was not.
So you played no role in any glove recovery?
No,
You just know about it as the lead detective?
correct.
Now, the day, April 2nd, when you were there, you said you called in a canine search. Did you do that?
No, not on that day. It was, I do believe, the next day.
April
The-
3rd.
Yes,
In a canine search, just so the jury understands, is a cadaver dog, you could call it, right?
that's correct.
In other words, you can give the dog a scent and it knows to look for human scent, right?
That's correct.
Blood and things like that trigger this dog,
Correct.
as opposed to looking for animals.
That's correct.
And the canine dog was used the next day and found nothing.
No, not that, to my knowledge, they did not find anything.
Were you involved in the canine handling?
I was not.
The ground penetrating radar that was used, did you use the ground penetrating radar?
No, I was not present for any of the searches. Generally, the way it works, I then become the orchestrator of the investigation, and I rarely go back out.
Got it. So questions about what Bruce's legacy did or ground penetrating radar, you're not there for that.
I was there for one of Bruce's legacies.
Those are the underwater divers that look for things.
Not actual divers, they have sonar equipment that they put underwater that have cameras.
Now, let's focus on April 2nd when you were there that day. We saw, when the state was showing you pictures of the beach line area, could you pull up the pictures again, Ian? Yeah. Okay, so this is Exhibit 3, Detective Don. Does that look familiar?
Yes,
Do you have the actual printed photos in front of you?
I do.
Could I just have those?
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
So Exhibit 3, on Exhibit 3, we can see all the way down the beach line towards the pump house. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And if I heard you correctly, if I heard you correctly before, I thought because of the conditions, you were deprived of bringing in Coast Guard personnel, right?
That's correct.
So you can make a request, but it's not honored because it's too dangerous.
Correct.
So the search that was conducted on April 2nd is essentially of that shoreline down to that pump house. Is that fair to say?
Correct, and on the top of the bluff.
And the top of the bluff. South of the pump house, not that day.
Not that day, no.
And that's primarily due to the conditions, I assume.
Correct.
As the lead detective, you are aware of the fact that these bloody gloves were found south of the pump house on a later date.
Correct.
Anything else? Those are all my questions for this topic. Thank you.
State.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Frank Miller.
Sir, if you could please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Yes, I
help
do.
you God? Thank you. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Francis Miller, Francismiller.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently semi-retired and working for a consulting firm, managing the Cudahy Water Utility part-time. Prior to that, up until December 31st of 2024, I was the water superintendent for the city of Cudahy. In the last 4 years, I was the director of public works and water for the city of Cudahy.
All right. So you worked for the Cudahy Water Department for your career.
Yes, sir.
And even after retiring, you're working with them again?
Yes, I am on a part-time basis.
All right. I got what's marked and entered as Exhibit 1 up on the TV screen next to you. I trust you're able to see that from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And I take it based on your answer to those questions about where you work, you recognize this area?
Yes, it's an overhead view of the Cudahy High School and Pulaski Avenue that heads down to the city's water pumping station on the shore of Lake Michigan.
The building I'm pointing to here, that would be,
That's the city's water treatment facility at 5110 South Lake Drive.
all right, and then the building down here, that's the pump house.
That is the city's pump house. It pumps fresh water from Lake Michigan to the treatment plant.
All right. To get from this building, the water treatment facility,
Yes,
all the way to the pump house,
yes.
you'd go down Pulaski Avenue, and what would you encounter?
At the top of the hill, just after the intersection of Pulaski Avenue and Sheridan Drive, there's a large gate, a two-section gate that's locked to prevent vehicles from going down to that pump house.
Who has the keys to that lock?
Cudahy Water Department personnel, Cudahy Fire Department, and the Cudahy Police Department.
I want to take you back, sir, to around April 1st and 2nd of 2024. Around those days, specifically on April 2nd, did you come into contact with the Cudahy Police Department regarding your gate?
Yes, I was contacted. On April 1st, we had a contractor doing some paving along the lakefront at our pump house. The morning of April 2nd, an inspector who was going down to look at the job called me to tell me that overnight someone had rammed the gate going down to the pump house. He sent me a couple pictures. When I looked at the pictures, I called Cudahy Dispatch, asked if it were possible to have an officer meet me at Pulaski Avenue to fill out a police report. Standard for us to be able to file an insurance claim.
Was that an unusual occurrence for the gate to be smashed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall about the time that you reported that to the Cudahy Police?
Somewhere around 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning
On April 2nd?
on April 2nd, Tuesday.
And to the best of your knowledge, April 1st, going into the night of April 1st into April 2nd, no issues with the gate?
There were no issues with the gate when the contractors left approximately 4 p.m. on Monday, April 1st.
That gate and that road, would that essentially be the only way to get a car down to the pump house?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of a steep downhill decline, correct?
It's very steep and there's no other access.
Sir, can you take your microphone and bend it like this? That might, if you just bend it down like that, it'll stop the whistling, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, is that better?
We'll find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those here. Yep, I've got all those here. When you went out to the gate, what did you observe?
The gate had been hit really, really hard. It's a large industrial fence gate. The post that it was in had been moved and there were plastic car parts like you would see from the front of a car that had a collision laying around on the pavement.
I'm going to show you some photographs, sir. I'm going to start with exhibits 13 through 26. Just page through this and tell me if you recognize any or all of those photos.
I recognize many of the photos. Many of them are similar to photos I took. I may have taken a few of these. There's one or two photos here that I'm not sure if I've seen before.
Sure. Why don't you pull out the ones you know you've seen before?
ones I've seen before, sir.
All right, so, you recognize these as being from the area of the pump house gate? I don't know what's causing that.
I don't,
Do you recognize these all from being from the area of the pump house gate from that time?
Yes, I do.
All right, so I'm gonna move in at 13, 14, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, Your Honor.
any objection?
No.
Those are received.
You can take these. Thank you. And I'm gonna ask to publish.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Exhibit 13 here on the screen. What is this? Or what did it appear to be when you were there and saw it?
Looked like it came from the front end of a car, the plastic front end pieces around your headlights and stuff. It looked like it was a piece of that.
And you saw those pieces yourself when you
Yes.
were on scene?
When I stopped to look while I was waiting for the Cut APD to show up, I saw them myself.
Maybe try putting it back up. Maybe I was wrong.
We'll figure it out.
Keep
Maybe
trying.
it's my voice.
Now, obviously, this isn't the only photo of the parts we're gonna see, but before we go further, was there something about these parts that led you to believe what kind of vehicle it was?
Several of them, when you looked on the inside, were marked Honda. And if you did a quick internet search on your phone with some of the part numbers, it popped up with models that it possibly could have been, and the Civic popped up quite a bit.
The Civic.
Honda Civic.
Exhibit 14. This is one of those pieces you discussed with the Honda.
Correct.
All right, and that's written at the bottom.
It's written on the bottom in the black plastic.
And so you did your own searches of those,
It was natural curiosity while I was waiting for the police officer to show up.
all right. Exhibit 19. What are we looking at?
That's looking down Pulaski Avenue, heading east towards the lake, and at the top of the photo are the gates that were struck.
Okay, so behind you would be, behind the photographer here would be Sheridan,
Would be Sheridan Drive, and then if you keep going west, Lake Drive.
and this is the broken gate.
Those are the broken gates.
Is this how you first saw it when you went out there?
No, it's not. That's how our utility staff pulled those apart to try and get some idea how we could secure the road for the evening that
Okay,
night.
how did they appear when you first saw them?
When I first saw them, the gates were together. They're normally latched with a large chain that keeps both sections together. Those gates were caved in. The poles, the posts on each side, right and left, that hold those gates were both shifted and loose in the ground, so the gates were kind of collapsing.
All right, were you able to discern whether a car would have been able to get through there
A car was not able to get through the way I saw the gates when I got there,
when you saw them?
when I saw them.
Okay. Let's look at the left side of the frame here. You see what I'm circling with my finger?
Looks like some plastic car parts.
Are these the parts that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Different view of similar vantage point. Exhibit 20. There's a porch on the left, correct?
Correct. We have a construction project going on for several months.
All right. 21.
The
Different angle.
same area.
Do you know if that's where is this where you originally observed the car parts, or did somebody sort of gather them up and move them there?
Those look like they've been moved over from where I originally saw them.
Where did you originally see them?
They were more scattered on the road the first time I showed up when I saw them.
Near the gate or somewhere else?
Near the gate and kind of to the left from our view, but near the gate.
Exhibit 22. Another Honda part, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 23. Another Honda part with what appears to be like a product number.
Yes, and that's one of them that I did a quick search on. It popped up with Honda Civic.
Okay, so one of these numbers here in the middle, you were able to search that number on the internet and find out that it likely came from a Honda Civic.
Correct.
Exhibit 24. Another piece of Honda parts.
Yes.
25. Zoom out a little bit here.
That picture looks like what the area looked like when I pulled up with car parts scattered around and the fence askew.
Okay, so this is more of what you first saw when you got down there that morning.
Correct,
And in the foreground there are some of those parts, fair?
correct.
Exhibit 26. Just another view of the game.
Another view of the gate. That may have been taken from my car. I'm not sure. It almost looks like my dashboard.
Okay.
What's the number on that one?
This is exhibit 26.
Thank you.
Other than what we saw in the photographs there, were there other noticeable car parts? And by noticeable, what I'm asking you, sir, is you were able to identify what part of the car they belonged to?
Nothing that I can recall. Everything I saw seemed like it came from the front end of the car and were the black plastic parts that we've discussed already.
Okay, so you specifically believe these had come from the front end?
That's my belief.
What made you believe that? Just from what you searched?
It just seemed like it made sense. They look like they're parts from the front end of a car that you typically find if you've ever hit a deer or something. It looked like the same thing. It looked like someone just hit the gate with the front end of their car. It's a dark area.
All right, I'm going to show you exhibits 216 through 223. See if you just recognize what is in those photos, and if so, set them aside.
Yes, I recognize them.
They all appear photos taken at or around that date?
Correct. They look like they're taken at that site at that time.
Okay, I'd move 216 through 223 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
We'll go through these. Smashed gate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 217,
It's another picture of the same gate before any of my people touched it.
218,
That's the picture of the post that holds the gate up.
that's the post you were talking about before?
Correct.
Okay. 219 shows sort of the whole post, correct?
Yes.
And then 220, a Honda part,
Yes. Correct.
221,
Another Honda part.
222,
Another car part that's, I couldn't identify that as Honda or not. It doesn't have the markings on it, but it's another car part that was there.
does it look like it would be from like the front of a car?
That's what I would think, but I'm not an auto body guy.
That's fair. What makes you think that though?
It just seems, it looks like it'd be a headlight or a marker light from the front of a car.
All right, and lastly, 223, another car, correct?
Correct.
Does the Cudahy Water Department have operational surveillance cameras?
Yes, we do.
And were you familiar with how they operated?
Yes.
Okay.
Did there come a time where someone from the sheriff's office came to you to try to retrieve video from your cameras?
Yes. Wednesday morning, we were contacted by the Sheriff's Department and Cudahy PD, and they explained they were going to send a sheriff's detective over to review the footage we had from our cameras.
Did that happen?
Yes, it did.
And did either you provide them with video or did they recover video from you?
They gave me a specific day and time frame that they wanted video for, and we copied the video to a hard drive and delivered it to the Cudahy Police Department.
All right.
the cameras you had, there were cameras both from the
filtration plant?
filtration plant here as well as the pump house.
Correct.
And you provided those videos to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether or not those cameras were accurate to date and time, or were they about 30 minutes off?
They were off. There'd been a power outage, and we didn't notice it until the officers were reviewing the film that we didn't update the time on the DVR.
Okay, so it would have, the power outage would have set the time back, so it was about 30 minutes off?
Correct.
All right. And that was something you discovered, that it was 30 minutes fast when you were reviewing it with the law enforcement?
As the officers were reviewing the video, we noticed the dates, the timestamps didn't make sense. We looked at the current timestamp compared to the current time at that moment and realized how far they were off.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
There's nothing hidden about this driveway, you would agree, right?
No, it's, the public who lives in the area is aware it's there.
I'm sorry?
People who live in the area are aware it is there.
Comes right off of Sheridan Drive, right?
Correct.
And Pulaski runs right into it.
Correct.
And that's the reason there's gates there, because you don't want the general public just going on down there, right?
Correct.
What year did those gates go up?
Those exact gates went up sometime in the mid-2000s, but there has been some type of gate there for as long as I've worked for the utility, since 1990.
Okay, and if a person wanted to by foot, for example, they could sort of finagle their way around the side of that gate. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down, Mr. Miller. State, do you have a quick witness?
No. I do have another witness. It's not going to be quick, though.
Do you want to start, maybe? 10 minutes?
I think it would be a good time to pause.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll begin our lunch break. We're going to kick back up this afternoon at 1:45. Remember, those admonitions become even more important now. So no discussing anything as you walk out together. Don't do any research, any investigation. Don't do any posting about anything. Just put this matter completely out of your mind until you come back this afternoon. Also, remember to wear your badges real visible so that everybody knows you're a juror. If you need extra badges, I believe they're in the juror room, or my bailiffs can get them for you. We're going to start at 1:45, so if you could come back between 1:15 and 1:45, we'll Yes, please.
Going on the record, same appearances.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. So we're back. We're still on the state's case in chief. Our last witness was Mr. Miller. He was witness number 5. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The state calls Detective Matthew Vandertye.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I am Detective Matthew Vandertye, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Vandertye, V-A-N-D-E-R-T-I-E.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a detective for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, having been so employed for just under 10 years, with 3.5 years as a detective.
And were you in your role as a detective then back in early April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in an investigation regarding a leg that was found at Warnemont Park on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
The day after the leg was found, Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024, were you contacted by someone from the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I was. That was Police Officer Nora Burlow.
What was the general subject matter about her contact to you?
Sure. Police Officer Burlow explained to me that she was conducting a citizen check or a welfare check of a 20-year-old black female who had been last seen on April 1st, 2024, prior to going on a date, an apparent date. And then on April 2nd, her vehicle was found burned under suspicious circumstances, or the vehicle that she had been known to drive was found burned under suspicious circumstances.
Did she identify the person to you that she was concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that?
Actually, that was brought up later during a briefing with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, our Investigative Services Bureau.
Understood. Who was that missing person that the welfare check was regarding?
Sade Robinson.
Her date of birth?
I don't have the exact date of birth, but she was 19 years old at the time.
Okay. May 10, 2004, does that sound right?
It was in May of 2004.
So Officer Burlow said 20-year-old, but you now know that Sade was 19 at the time, is that?
Correct, based upon records that I've reviewed.
All right, thank you. Did you also, upon communicating with the Milwaukee Police Department, as well as during briefings, learn that Sade's phone was not working in some capacity?
Yes, individuals had attempted to contact her without success. The phone had been going to voicemail.
Were you provided with a phone number for Sade Robinson?
Yes, Detective Joanne Donner had conducted some investigation and identified a possible phone number for her.
That possible phone number was 414-510-4769, is that correct?
That is correct.
On April 3rd, when you became involved in this investigation after you were contacted by the Milwaukee Police Department and briefed, did you follow up in any way regarding Sade Robinson's phone?
I did.
What did you do?
Initially, I identified that telephone number, 414-510-4769, was attributed to Verizon Wireless. I queried a couple databases that I've used in the past for doing that. Once I identified that phone number was Verizon Wireless, I initiated an exigency request to Verizon Wireless for cellular records around the time. The purpose of that was to attempt to identify possible locations where this missing person may have been, where this missing person went, and who this missing person may have contacted or been in contact with.
So this exigency request that you're making, that essentially means you're asking for those records from the phone company without a warrant, is that right?
Correct.
And why did you opt for an exigency request here?
Initially, based upon the circumstances, there was a missing individual whose vehicle had been located burned under suspicious circumstances, in addition to a leg being found in the park. At that time, we didn't necessarily know who that leg belonged to, nor would we know exactly who that leg belonged to for a period of time. Individuals had attempted to contact this missing person numerous times without success. That was not regular, or that was not in her, I guess, nature to not answer her phone, and so that was initiated.
Okay. Sometime in the weeks after April 3rd, did you follow up with Verizon Wireless with a warrant to get certified records from that phone company regarding Sade Robinson's phone number?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 282. It's a disc and it's clipped to a piece of paper. Do you know what that is?
Yes, this disc contains the records from Verizon, including the certification attached concerning telephone number 414-510-4769. This is the number that was listed before.
And you made that disc, correct?
Yes, I did.
So you served a warrant on Verizon. They responded by sending you the certified phone records, and that's what's on that disc.
Correct.
They sent it to you electronic, fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that certification, that piece of paper is also on the disc itself, correct?
Yes, it is.
I would move 282 into evidence, Judge.
It's just one it's just one exhibit for both of them?
One exhibit for
Got it.
both of them. I can staple together.
That's okay. Any objection?
No.
Received.
Thank you. So, Detective, you had said one of the reasons for this exigency request for those records was to see if you could figure out locations where her phone might have been. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you in fact get that information in some form through that exigency request as well as through these certified records?
Yes.
I'm going to put 282 in here. Just give me 1 minute. Remind me again, what was the reason why you were worried about these locations? What did you think that was going to help you and your colleagues do?
So ultimately, we were trying to locate the missing person, Sade Robinson. I know that in today's day and age, most people have cell phones, right? And a lot of times people have cell phones with them. I know that cellular companies provide law enforcement with information relating to the cell sites and the cell site usage for those cellular accounts. And that would help us narrow down potentially where she was, where she had been, additional locations for us to follow up with video, witness interviews, etc.
Possibly even helping you find the phone itself, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen, this is on Exhibit 282, an Excel spreadsheet. The beginning of the title, I'm not going to read the whole thing. The title begins with subscriber_MTN. There are a number of things on this disk, correct, Detective?
Correct.
And in fact, if I pull up the file log here, we're looking at all of the records that they gave you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There are numerous Excel spreadsheets. This subscriber underscore MTN, this would have been the subscriber information for that phone number that you got from Verizon Wireless, correct?
Yes.
What does it say about who the subscriber to that phone number is and where they live?
The first name listed is Sade, last name Robinson, under address line 1, 1858 North Commerce Street, apartment 309, and city, Milwaukee, state, Wisconsin.
Okay. In these records, as well as the exigency records that you received, did you also get from Verizon Wireless text message content?
Yes, I'm aware that Verizon Wireless maintains SMS, short message service, or text message content for approximately 5 days.
And when you reviewed the exigency records, did you locate text messages from April 1st, 2024 in those records?
Yes, I did.
Were there outgoing texts from Sade's phone on April 1st?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up a different document on Exhibit 282. The beginning title of the Excel spreadsheet is SMS content. SMS stands for what again?
Short message service.
All right. And a lot of these records that we're looking at appear like this. Is that fair to say?
Yes, they do.
All right. This, if you just take a glance, looks like gibberish in a spreadsheet, right?
Lots of numbers and letters on a spreadsheet. Yes.
All right. But if we look closely here, column A that I'm looking at over on the left side of the screen here, that shows what? You can get up if you can.
Okay.
Judge, may the witness get up?
Of course, feel free.
Column A, is the header of column A is titled Message Arrival.
All right. And then if we go across, we get all the way over here where it says originating MDM and terminating NDN. That would be columns I and K, correct?
Correct.
What are those?
Originating MDN would be the sending telephone number in the conversation, and the terminating MDN would be the receiving telephone number in the conversation.
All right. If we go over to column L, what is that?
It's titled Message Content.
And is this where you're going to see the actual substance of the text messages that were sent?
Yes.
All right. Did you locate a text conversation that appeared to be the last text conversation that Sade Robinson was actively engaging with another number?
Yes. The apparent text conversation in the 4 p.m. And early 5 p.m. hour on April 1st, 2024, between her number, the 414-510-4769, and the other number, the 262-416-4874 telephone number.
Okay. That 262-416-4874 number, did you also follow up and request exigency records or any kind of records related to that phone number?
I personally did not. Special Agent George Reiner through the FBI did request exigency.
Okay. Did you then later after that request records from that phone number
Yes,
through a warrant?
through a search warrant.
And you received certified records?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to go direct your attention right about here. You see the message I've highlighted there?
Yes.
Okay. This message, if you go over to what time it was sent, what are we looking at?
The 17:15. 17:15 is military time for 5:15. However, I know that Verizon records for these SMS content messages are stored in Eastern time or provided in Eastern time. So we, being in Central time, would subtract 1 hour from that time to make it our local time.
All right, so that would mean this message was sent at what time?
It would be at 4:15.
And the content of the message over here in column column M is what?
States, where are we meeting?
And who sent that message to who?
That message was sent from the 414-510-4769 number to 262-416-4874.
All right, and why don't you, starting with that message, go down and tell the jury what the exchange is between those numbers moving forward in time from that text message.
So after the first text message, where are we meeting? The reply from, or actually the next message is again from 414-510-4769 stating I can do 5.
So those two both came from Sade's phone.
Correct.
Okay. The response from the 262 number is what?
Response is downtown somewhere, question mark.
Okay. How does Sade respond?
Okay.
How does the 262 number respond to that?
Brought house on 3rd, question mark.
How does Sade respond?
Perfect.
And that message, the perfect message, was sent at what time?
Local time, 4:28 p.m.
Back over to column M. The 262 number sends 2 consecutive phone records. You got some other records from those phone companies about their cell towers, correct?
I received a cell site database for AT&T from NDCAC, which is the National Domestic NDCAC, which is the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, that those certified cell site lists from AT&T were provided from NDCAC. The initial cell site lists from Verizon were also from NDCAC, and then a few weeks later I received certified cell site lists directly from Verizon.
Is that what Exhibit 284 is?
Yes,
And that's, again, a disk you made based on the stuff you got from those companies.
correct, pertaining to those companies.
I'd move 284 in as well.
Any
And-
objection?
And what else?
I don't think I moved 283, so I'm going to move that as well.
You already did.
You did.
283 is in,
I don't object.
284 is in as well now.
These phone records that we discussed for Max Anderson's phone, as well as Sade Robinson's phone, and then those cell site records could further be used to map out approximate locations of where those phones would have been at various times. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Were you able to do some version of the same thing with just the exigency records?
yes,
Okay, so the exigency records, you got that text conversation we had talked about where they talk about going to Twisted Fisherman around 5:15, is that right?
yes,
And then you also got some information about phone location.
yes.
Can you describe, related to Sade's phone, what information you were able to get?
So for her device specifically, we were able to get call detail records. The exigency records included what Verizon states is RTT, or real-time tool. That is a type of engineering data, includes the cell site that was utilized, also the sector or the direction in which the antenna was facing, and also a distance from the cell site. In addition to the real-time tool data, we also received call detail records, which includes telephone calls, who made the call, or to which number call was made, or the calling party number to Sade's telephone number, the cell site that was used at that time, duration of the call, and then the text message content as well.
All right, and with that information, actually, before I ask that question, it'd be fair to say, based on that last text conversation that she had, that it appeared she was planning on meeting up with someone at Twisted Fisherman, specifically Max Anderson, correct?
Yes.
Did you then use that location information that you just described to try to figure out if that could tell you whether it appeared she actually went there?
Yes.
Where is Twisted Fisherman, first of all?
Twisted Fisherman is located at 1200 West Canal Street in the
Okay.
city and county of Milwaukee.
All right. What happened when you looked up that location information?
It appeared that her device traveled to that location or in the general area of that location in the late 4 p.m. hour and early 5 p.m. hour on April 1st, 2024.
And from there, in a general sense, can you tell us what information you had relative to the phone location of Sade's phone?
Yes. The device remained in that general area until approximately 6:30 p.m., at which time it traveled north and east to the general area of Dukes on Water, which is located at 158 East Juneau Avenue in the city and county of Milwaukee.
After that area of North Water Street, then what?
Around 9 p.m. or shortly after 9 p.m., the device traveled south and west from that location.
During your initial, when you were initially trying to figure out who the 262 number belonged to and learned that it may belong to Max Anderson, did you also learn of an address that was believed to be belonged to Mr. Anderson?
Yes,
Was that 3161 South 39th Street?
that is correct.
That'd basically be between Oklahoma and Euclid on South 39th Street, correct?
In that area, yes.
After leaving Dukes on Water, did the phone move to, or appear to move to a location around Mr. Anderson's?
It did.
What about after that?
So from approximately it arrived in that area about 9:20 p.m. or shortly thereafter. It remained in that area until approximately 12:45 or shortly thereafter on April 2nd, 2024.
After that?
After that time, approximately 12:45, shortly thereafter, on April 2nd, 2024, device moved north and east to the area of downtown Milwaukee.
And after that?
After that, the device was in the area of downtown Milwaukee and north of the area of downtown Milwaukee, general area of the Milwaukee River, and Kern Park, Pleasant Valley Park as well, in the mid 1:30 a.m. hour or shortly thereafter.
Pleasant Valley Park and Kern Park, those would sort of border the Milwaukee River, is that correct?
Correct, they're adjacent to the Milwaukee River.
In the River West neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up Exhibit 443, which has already been admitted. Just need 1 second here. All right, Detective, can you see this map?
I'll have to get up just because of the glare on the screen.
All right, and just to recap, I probably should have had this up when we were going through it first, but this area right here, West Canal Street, this is about the location of where Twisted Fisherman is, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you pull that mic over if you're gonna stand there? Thank you. Go ahead.
so after leaving that location, it appeared the phone had gone sort of in a northeast direction over in the area of Water Street and Juneau. Is that what you said before?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of right up in this area here, where my mouse is. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And again, we're talking generalizations. Is that fair to say?
Correct. This is all based on cell site location information, so cell sites, direction of the antenna, yes.
Okay. And to be clear, that information was not giving you a pinpointed location of the phone.
That is correct.
Then after that, I think you indicated it goes down to the area of Mr. Anderson's residence near 39th and Oklahoma here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then it moved up towards downtown, and I think you said by the 1:30 hour near this area in River West, Pleasant Valley Park, correct?
Yeah, it was approximately 1:30 a.m., shortly after 1:30 a.m.
All right. Picking up from there, where does the phone appear to go from those exigency records that you were looking at?
From approximately 2 p.m. to until 2:10.
2 p.m.?
Or 2 o'clock in the morning, I should say, 2 o'clock a.m. Until 2:10 or 2:12 a.m. The device moved west
All right.
to the area of approximately West Capitol Drive and Fond du Lac Avenue.
Okay.
Or
So
just
this
east
street
thereof.
this street here that I'm highlighting
Yes,
with my mouse? Okay.
Yes.
And then does it double back east?
it does.
And then what?
It doubles back east, and then travels south
Towards where?
towards the Mitchell interchange.
Around what time?
Approximately a little bit before 2:30 or 2:30 in the morning.
All right. Then what?
It would have traveled west.
Do you want to point out what you're talking about?
So it travels south, and then it travels west to the area of I-41 or I-894 and approximately South 76th Street at that time.
And what is that time, by the way?
Approximately 2:34 a.m.
All right. Then does it double back east?
Yes.
And where does it appear to go from there, if you want to point out?
The device travels east, south, and then east again.
Where?
So east in the area of I-41, I-894, south in the area of I-41, I-94, and then east in the area of College Avenue.
Okay, and that'd be just south of the airport, which I'm circling here with the mouse, correct?
Correct, in that general area.
And what time does it, and what does it do next and at what time?
After traveling east, it traveled to the area of Warnemont Park, or Sheridan Park and Lake Michigan.
All right, and if I zoom in
Shortly
on,
after, arrived in that area shortly after 2:50 a.m.
shortly after 2:50 a.m., the phone appears to be around the area of Warnemont Park here, correct?
Yes.
And does it continue moving, or does it appear to stop for a period of time, or be in one location for a period of time?
For a period of time from 2:50 in the morning, yes. It
All right.
was in a particular area, not moving substantially.
Not moving substantially, okay. Until when?
Approximately 4:30 in the morning on April 2nd, 2024.
So it appears to be in an area consistent with being at Warnemont Park from about 2:50 to approximately 4:30.
Yes.
And then what happens?
The device traveled north and west a short distance.
Point out what you're talking about?
Sure. To the area of State Highway 794 and East Howard Avenue, which would be in this area. There's a cell site in that particular area. The last records were just before 2:40 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024, using a cell site in that location.
You said
At that
2:40 is the last record?
440, I should say. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Just to recap, when it's in this area that's on the screen now, arrives what appears to be consistent with the area of Warnemont Park around 2:50, remains stationary until about 4:30, and then move slightly north and slightly west.
Correct,
And then do the records stop?
correct.
Okay. Just to be very, very clear about this, what you're just describing, number one, you're not saying that it's telling you the exact pinpoint location of the phone, correct?
Correct,
And this is just a general summary of the locations, fair?
correct.
What was the purpose at the time what were you gonna do with this information at the time that you were getting these records initially as exigency records?
So these were, again, locations that investigators could look for follow-up pieces of information, attempting to locate Sade, and attempting to locate additional video, evidence, or interview individuals who may have been in those particular areas at those times.
Okay. When you were analyzing these records, you said, you had mentioned an FBI special agent before, correct?
Yes,
Who was that person?
George Reinerth.
It's Reinerth for the record. Did he sort of work with you to get the locations we just discussed?
Yes, we worked together on that.
And did you subsequently yourself, working with Special Agent Reinerth, more formally map out those locations?
Yes,
And did you turn those records over to him for him to map out as well?
yes, I provided the records that I received from Verizon and AT&T, and also Life 360 to Special Agent Reinerth.
I think this kind of goes without saying, but those locations, you passed that information along to Detective Donner as well as other investigators to conduct follow-up in those areas, correct?
Yes, Detective Donner, other investigators from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, and other investigators from the Milwaukee Police Department.
I have no other questions, thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I just want to start with just backing up why you requested these cell tower records. So you requested cell tower records because typically people have their phone on them, right?
Correct.
And when you have your phone on you, it's constantly tracking your movements via these satellite towers.
The phone is attempting to connect to the tower with the best signal, yes, if it were to need to make a phone call or a data connection.
Okay, and you can use that location information for every time the phone's connecting to that tower to kind of track the path of someone's movement, right?
Correct.
And so if you're trying to pinpoint where someone was at a specific time or a general area, you can read these records and determine where in the general area they would be.
You can determine the cell site that was used, the direction from which the antenna is facing, and then also possibly a distance from the actual antenna that was used.
But it's not real precise because you can't pinpoint exactly where someone is.
Correct.
You can't pinpoint how long they're in that specific area because it's a range, right?
Can you ask the question, or rephrase the question?
Based on the cell tower data, are you able to tell where someone is for a certain duration of time?
In relation to the other records, we can get an approximation, a time frame.
Okay, but it's an approximation, it's not precise.
We know when the records were generated, but we'd have to consider it in relation to other records.
Okay. And you might be able to tell a general area where someone is, but you don't know, the records can't tell you why the person is in the specific area, correct?
Correct.
And it can't tell you what that person is doing in that location, correct?
Correct.
And it can't tell you who that person is with, if they're with anyone.
Correct, unless you have other information that goes along with that.
Okay. And so the state showed us this, I guess, spreadsheet that had all these numbers. I think they described it as gibberish, right?
Correct.
Do you manually look at that, or do you ever put that into a system to kind of make it easier to read?
There is software that we use to make it easier to read. It can be mapped
Okay.
manually, but we use software.
And so you got all these records before Mr. Anderson was ever arrested, right?
Correct.
And so you
The exigency records.
okay. And so you review these records and you look at what past, conversations Ms. Robinson's phone had with other people, right?
For a period of time, yes.
And I guess we looked at some of these, you read through some of these text messages that Sade's phone has with Max's phone, and they start this conversation, you said, at 4:15 p.m. on April 1st, right?
I would have to look at the exact timestamp, but yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, and they're texting back and forth. Where are we meeting? And Sade says I can do 5, right?
Correct.
And they talk about where they might want to meet. Broad House on 3rd, and they ultimately decide to meet at Twisted Fisherman, correct?
Correct.
And in the outgoing message from Max's phone, it says, I need to stop at Twisted Fisherman to pick up my W-2 from last year, right?
Yes.
And you know what a W-2 is, right? It's a work document.
Yes. It's
So-
a tax-related work document.
So one can conclude that Max most likely worked there at some point, right?
Yes.
And he wanted to bring Sade there, a place that he's known at because he worked there, right?
Yes.
It wasn't some obscure location where, Max didn't have any contact with, right?
I didn't know any previous contacts, but based upon the context of the text message content, yes.
Okay, and those text messages, they seem pretty light, correct? It's just two people getting to know each other. That's what the text messages seem indicative of, right?
Yes, I don't know necessarily the backstory to the message, I guess, conversation, but it's a basic conversation, yes, about meeting.
There's nothing threatening in those texts, right?
No.
Not aggressive?
No.
Okay. And you talked about these weird symbols that you said that you believe they might be an emoji.
Correct.
And you know what emojis are, right?
Yes.
You can send smiley faces, right?
Smiley faces are one, yes.
You can send animals,
Yes.
vegetables,
Sure.
and all sorts of hearts, right?
Yes.
And it's kind of like it's a playful image, right? Usually that's typically from your, real life experience that you send those and they're kind of like a playful image.
It can be, yes.
And so I want to move just forward a little bit. You said that the last outgoing message from Sade's phone is this is around 5:18 when she asked, "Are you inside?"
Yes,
And that's the last outgoing text message, right?
yes,
But you're aware that in this day and age, there's lots of ways to communicate with people.
I do.
I mean, used to be a lot of emails, right?
I
Well,
suppose, yes.
And then I guess as generations move up, there's all these social media platforms that you can communicate with people, right?
Correct,
Like Snapchat,
correct,
like Instagram.
correct,
They call it a DM, right? You can message someone, direct message, it's a DM.
correct,
And TikTok, right?
correct.
And those cell records you analyzed, those didn't contain any information from any of those applications, right?
Correct, that would have to be from a device-specific information.
Okay, so based on the records you reviewed, you can't tell whether Ms. Robinson's phone was communicating with anyone else on any of these other platforms.
Correct.
And then once you identified the phone number that Sade was texting with about meeting at Twisted Fisherman, are you there? You determined that was Max Anderson's phone, right?
Yes,
And then you arrested him right after that, right?
I personally did not.
But are you aware that law enforcement arrested him shortly after that?
Yes,
Okay. And so based on the cell tower records that you reviewed, you were able to determine that, Sade's phone goes to Twisted Fisherman, and then it goes to Duke's on Water, and then it goes to the area of Mr. Anderson's residence, right?
yes.
And it's there for a period of time. Do you remember how long it was in that area?
In the area of Mr. Anderson's residence?
Yeah, sorry.
So it left the area of downtown from the area of Duke's on Water and went down to the area of Mr. Anderson's residence shortly after 9 p.m. So approximately 9:20 p.m. until 12:45 or shortly thereafter the following morning.
Okay, and then her phone around 12:45 a.m. leaves that area, correct?
Yes,
And it travels to the north side of Milwaukee, correct?
travels to the area of downtown prior to traveling north and west.
Okay, so it moves to the downtown city area of Milwaukee,
Correct,
away from kind of the residential area where Max's house is.
correct,
And then it moves towards the Milwaukee River, right?
yes,
And it's true around 1:15 a.m. it is in the area around her apartment, correct?
correct,
And it's around that area for, I believe, about 15 minutes.
it was in the area of downtown Milwaukee, yes.
I mean, I'm talking about close to her apartment.
I would have to look at the exact, I guess, records to determine that, but it was in the area of the downtown Milwaukee for a period of time, yes.
Okay. And her apartment was in the downtown Milwaukee area, correct?
Yes,
And then, based on the cell tower records, it kind of heads up maybe towards almost Shorewood area, right?
north, yes,
Okay. And then ultimately, I mean, the phone is essentially traveling throughout the downtown and the greater Milwaukee area, right?
yes,
And then ultimately, it's heading down south and ends up at Warnemont Park, correct?
the area of Warnemont Park, Sheridan Park, and Lake Michigan, yes.
Okay, and again, this is just an estimate. We can't pinpoint exactly where this phone was at any given time, right?
Correct.
And so what these cell tower records really do is they tell us where someone's phone is, and why that's important in an investigation is because typically people have their phones on them.
Yes, that's fair.
And you use it to, you know, ideally try to figure out where someone was in a general area at a certain time, right?
Yes,
And all these records that you were testifying to are related to Sade Robinson's phone, right?
yes,
They don't tell, none of those records told you where Mr. Anderson's phone was, correct?
yes. We obtained those later, along with the Life 360 information from her application,
Okay.
Sade's application.
And when you reviewed, well, I guess one of the last text messages that was received by Sade's phone was from Max, where he asked how work is going, correct?
Yes,
And based on the cell tower data you got about Max's phone, his phone stayed inside of his residence, correct?
based on my understanding of his cellular records, the device was off overnight, and then after it was back on the network, that message was sent, yes.
Okay, my question was, his phone, based on the cell tower data
It
you
was in the
reviewed-
area, yes, in the area of his residence.
Okay,
General area of
and
his residence.
throughout all these cell tower records, when you're comparing Max's phone to Sade's phone, they're together at the Twisted Fisherman, correct?
Correct,
Then they're together at Duke's on Water, correct?
correct,
And then they both travel consistently together to Max's house, correct?
correct,
And then Sade's phone leaves the area of Max's house, correct?
correct,
And Max's phone stays in the area of his house, correct?
correct.
I have nothing further.
State.
Just briefly, when you're talking about, when we were talking about using phone location to maybe even find Sade herself, the phone location information from these records is really only useful if the person keeps their phone on them, correct?
Yes,
All right, so if someone left their phone behind, tracking the location of it wouldn't lead you to them, fair?
correct.
All right, nothing else.
Defense?
I have nothing, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness.
Detective Spittelmeister.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, seat, and spell your name for the record.
Nathan, N-A-T-H-A-N, Spittelmeister, S-P-I-T-T-L-E-M-E-I-S-T-E-R.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
For about 9 years.
How long as a detective?
3.5.
Were you involved in investigating, conducting follow-up investigation related to a leg found at Warmont Park on April 2nd, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And one of your roles in this investigation was to look of where the leg was found for videos, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have up on the screen next to you exhibit number 1 that's already been admitted. This would be the area where the leg was found, right?
That's correct.
Did you go to various locations that are depicted in this map to recover video?
I did.
Can you tell the jury where?
Cudahy High School, Cudahy Police Department, the Cudahy Water Department.
All right, I'm going to show you exhibit 11, 12, and 27. Exhibit 11, can you open that and tell us what it is?
Do you need a scissors?
This is a flash drive containing the video footage that was recovered from the pump station or the water department.
The next one, 12.
This is a CD containing the video footage that I recovered from the Cudahy High School.
And then the last disc, I think it said 27.
Yes, that is the video footage I recovered from the Cudahy Police Department.
And how is it that you know that flash drive and those 2 discs contain video you recovered?
My initials are written above the titles on each piece of evidence.
You wrote them?
Yes.
Okay. I'd remove 11, 12, and 27 in.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
All right, Detective, before playing them, I want to use the map to just help us understand where these videos are going to be from. So the building I'm pointing to with my pen here, that is the Cudahy Water Department, correct?
That is correct.
And the building I'm pointing at here, it says Cudahy City Hall, the police department is there.
That is correct.
And then right north of that, where my pen is going now, that's the high school, correct?
Correct.
What cameras are we going to be looking at from the Cudahy Water Department?
There's one camera that is on the water department building that faces, or that is on the south side of the building, and it faces southeast.
Does it show Pulaski Avenue here?
It does.
All right, continue.
It also captures into the distance of Warnemont Park. That's the only camera recovered from the actual water department building.
There's another camera that you recovered video from here, correct?
Yes,
Are there actually multiple cameras from that pump house?
there are 2 cameras.
What directions do they face?
One is on the north side of that pump house, and it faces north, capturing a sidewalk, a gravel parking area, and the tree line that heads down to the beach.
What does the camera that faces south depict?
The camera that faces southeast, it depicts Lake Michigan and the sidewalk.
All right. The videos we're gonna watch today, are we gonna watch any of the videos that face south?
No,
Why is that? Did you find anything on them?
there was nothing of evidentiary value, just the lake.
The Cudahy Police Department that I'm pointing to right here, where are the cameras that we're gonna watch from there?
There are 2 cameras. One is on the east side of the Cudahy Police Department, and it faces east, and it captures the large open field area, as also with Pulaski Avenue, and approximately where the gate would be for the pump house access road.
What's the quality of that video?
Very poor,
Okay, grainy?
very grainy.
Nevertheless, you can see lights though, correct?
Yes,
All these videos we're discussing are from the middle of the night, fair?
yes, they are.
Then, is there another camera from the police department that we're gonna watch?
Yes, we'll have one other video that was recovered on, that camera is positioned on the west side of building, and it faces southwest, capturing Lake Drive.
And then the high school, what does the high school show?
The high school also had 2 cameras. One is facing on the south side of the building, and it faces south. And it captures a very wide frame of Pulaski Avenue, the entrance to Warnemont Park, and the Pump House Access Road.
All right, I'm gonna start with Exhibit 27, which is the Cudahy Police Department video. Judge, I would ask if jurors wanted to stand up at this time, would the court allow that?
We can pull this TV closer to the jurors, I think. And that might help. That one has to stay at the edge of this table, so I can't bring it that much more forward.
Are you able to see this?
I can always move my position, sir.
And I guess if anybody at the backside wants to come closer to this one, you could. Or if you can see, okay.
All right. This is the Cudahy Police Department video. On the bottom, it looks like there's a date and a timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And what can you tell us generally about the accuracy of that date and timestamp?
On the camera that's facing east, it's probably about a minute and 20 seconds fast than the actual confirmed timestamps that we were able to get.
All right. So right now I have the video queued up. The title of the video begins 2 CUPD East. We are looking towards Lake Michigan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are we going to be wanting to look when this video plays, and what are we going to be seeing? If you could describe that for the jury.
At the top of the video feed, you're going to see a white shed.
Okay.
In the area of that white shed, you will see a pair of headlights or taillights from the vehicle that you'll be able to see traveling east on what is Pulaski Avenue.
All right. And by going east, it's going away from this camera, correct?
That's correct.
Not across the screen where my mouse is doing right now, right?
Correct. That would be Sheridan.
And where you see those lights, you've obviously been here yourself, fair?
Yes.
Where does it appear that those lights are heading towards?
To the Pump House Access Road. Pulaski Avenue ends at Sheridan, and then it turns into a gated access to the Pump House Access Road.
So Pulaski Avenue then would be to the right of this camera.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to play this 48-second clip. And when you see it, detective, please point out what you were talking about.
Right there.
All right, I've paused it at 33 seconds. It's this set of lights I'm circling here.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna play it from 33. And the lights have disappeared, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so by 2:54:17 a.m. on the camera, the lights are gone.
That's correct.
And would that be consistent with the vehicle arriving at that gate around that time?
That's correct.
The next clip I'm gonna play is titled 6 space CUPD. We're looking at the same camera now, correct?
That's correct.
But a different time.
Correct.
What time are we looking at?
4:32 a.m.
I'm gonna play this clip, it's 39 seconds. What are we gonna see?
From the last location that we saw the lights earlier on the previous video, you will see those LED headlights again, and they will appear to be traveling in the opposing direction, heading west on Pulaski Avenue.
Away from the lake?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us when you see them.
Right there.
All right, so about 4:32:24,
That's correct.
playing, I paused it at 17 seconds, I'm playing it from there. And by 4:32:38-ish, they're off camera, correct?
That's correct.
Last clip, it's titled 8 CUPD, different camera. Tell us what we're looking at.
This is the camera that's on the west side of the Cudahy Police Department. It is facing southwest, and you see Lake Drive is the road directly to the west of that parking lot.
So Lake Drive would be this road here,
That's correct.
and to get to Pulaski Avenue, which would get you into Warmont Park, if you were here, you would essentially go down this street and you would turn left up here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What are we going to be looking for and see on this one?
The subjects, or the vehicle that was captured on Pulaski Avenue, will not be able to see it traveling on Pulaski Avenue, but on the houses on the left side of the video frame, you're gonna see those houses lighted by headlights that would be coming towards them. You'll then see a vehicle that will enter the camera frame traveling north.
Away from Pulaski Avenue.
Correct.
Playing clip 8. 8 CUPD. It's 55 seconds. Tell us when we see what you just described, please.
And there's the start of the headlights.
All right, I'm going to pause it at 36 and back up 10 seconds to 26. Play it again. Right there?
Yes.
And now you see the headlights of a vehicle heading northbound?
That's correct.
Okay. Paused at 44 seconds. What general description can you get of the vehicle from that?
That vehicle appears to be a smaller sedan with kind of like C taillights, because you are able to see the end of the taillights on that camera frame.
Okay. Pretty blurry, but small sedan style vehicle.
Correct.
All right. Dark colored?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say about the timestamp here related to the other timestamp? So right now it's just gone off frame at 4:34:56 a.m.
This camera that faces west appeared to be about 40 seconds fast, a little bit different from the camera on the east.
Okay. Exhibit 12 is going to come up next. This is the Cudahy High School video. About to see somewhat of a similar camera frame, but depicting similar areas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Going to start with the video labeled 450-student parking lot. Just take a minute to load quick. Was there, and while that's loading, let me ask you, Detective, was there a specific reason why you were looking for video footage from these locations from that specific time frame of 2:50 a.m. to about 4:40 a.m.?
We had received records from Life 360 that depicted that the victim's phone had been in the area between 2:50 a.m. and 4:30 a.m.
So you zoned in on that time frame because that was the information you had about when Sade's phone appeared to have been in the area of Warnemont Park, correct?
That's correct.
And it obviously goes without saying you had known already that a leg had been found there on April 2nd.
Yes.
When was it that you were going to collect these videos then? Would it have been that day?
I would have started on April 3rd.
All right. I have the student parking lot video queued up here. This one is sort of difficult to see, but what are we going to want to be looking at? If you could orient the jury, please.
On the upper left-hand side of the video, you'll see again a white shed. That is the same shed I pointed out in the Cudahy Police Department video. And
The thing I'm circling here,
yes, it is.
okay?
To the right is a building is going to be on the right side. That is the Cudahy Police Department where we had the other video from.
Okay?
What we're going to see is going to be on the upper left side of the video, and you'll see headlights again traveling on Pulaski east away from the camera towards the pump house access road.
Okay, and this is obviously in a different video player. Your date and timestamp for this video is down here in the lower left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
And the road you're talking about, this would be that white shed. The road is right about over here, fair?
That's correct.
Is this where general area where we're gonna see the lights from that same vehicle from the other video?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna cue it up. What can you tell us about the date and timestamp being accurate for this video?
The Cudahy High School is one of the first places that I had access to recover video footage. While I was in the school resource officer's office, I reviewed the timestamps and confirmed that they were correct to the second.
Based on checking your time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play this video from 2:52 a.m. to 2:53 a.m. And Detective, if you could, if Your Honor will allow the witness to stand up and point out what he's talking about, as it is kind of small on the top of the screen.
That's fine, just pull that microphone as far over as you can.
Can you bring the mic with you if possible?
Ooh, I apologize for that.
All right, playing at 2:52:02 a.m.
Right here? Right where I just pointed was a vehicle traveling east on Pulaski.
All right, where my mouse is circling here?
That's correct, and it's pulling up to a four-way stop sign at the intersection of Sheridan.
So it can either go left to go north on Sheridan, right to go south towards the golf course, or straight to the gate of the Pump House Road, correct?
That's correct.
And what does it do?
It goes straight and towards the Pump House access road.
And you know that because you can't see its lights going to the left or right, fair?
That's correct.
Pausing it at 2:52:58 a.m. Now, this video has a scroll bar at the bottom, and I can move it, and the video will play with it, correct?
That's correct.
Have you gone through this to see if there's any other any other vehicles that go that same direction down towards that service road in between the times of 2:52 a.m. and 4:30 a.m.?
I did.
Are there any other vehicles that travel that route
No, they're not.
or come out of there?
I observed nothing of note when reviewing the video footage in between the timeframes.
All right, and I'm scrolling ahead on the bottom here, and I'm gonna go all the way up until 4:34 a.m. Or as close as I can get. All right, I'm gonna play it from 4:37 a.m. What are we gonna see?
You'll see a pair of headlights that will come out of where the pump house access road is, which is the last place we saw the vehicle traveling.
Please point out when you see it. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong time. I'm going back to 4:30:50. Or I'm gonna start it from 4:30:43. Do you see it?
Yes.
Point to it, please. Okay. Very faint.
Very faint, but in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Where does it appear the vehicle immediately goes to?
The vehicle is going to make a left turn onto Sheridan and enter Warnemont Park.
Towards the golf course?
Correct.
And is that a through road down there?
No, it's not. It dead ends at the golf course at a parking lot.
Okay. And why don't you describe what we're looking at as it's happening, as the video continues to play forward here. It's now at 4:31:46.
You can see lights inside of Warnemont Park, and the vehicle has entered into the area and now has turned around at the dead end and is heading back north on Sheridan towards Pulaski.
Is that it, right where my mouse is here?
The vehicle is now approaching the four-way stop sign at Pulaski and is gonna make a left turn and head west on Pulaski towards Lake Drive.
Okay. So it's kind of coming towards the camera, fair?
Yes,
And now it's turning westbound on Pulaski.
that's correct.
All right. And it's heading west, and it's going to go behind that white shed at this point, correct?
Correct.
All right. Pause it at 4:33 a.m. I'm going to now bring up the video on this disc titled 400 Main Entrance. And while that's loading, Detective, essentially what you observed there was a vehicle entering the service road around somewhere in the 2:52 to 2:53 a.m. hour, correct?
That's correct.
That vehicle, you never see a vehicle go in or out in the meantime up until about 4:50 a.m.
That's correct.
And when the vehicle leaves, it goes down the dead-end road and then appears to have doubled back, go back to Pulaski, and then leave the part to the west.
That's correct.
That's what we just watched.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would that have been consistent with what was on that Cudahy police video as well?
Yes, sir.
That camera's a little clearer, though.
Much clearer.
I have on the screen now the video from the main entrance to the school, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Just very briefly, let me go back to the map here. So those videos we watched from the police department, the other high school camera, we got the car going down Pulaski, following where my pen is going, around 252. That goes into Warnemont here, or excuse me, into the service road here, right?
That's correct.
Comes out at 4:30, little after 4:30, goes south off of this map, comes back north, and then heads out onto Pulaski, ultimately turning north onto what would be Lake Drive.
That's correct.
The camera we're about to watch is right where my pen is at here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Essentially, what are we about to see?
You're about to see the vehicle traveling north on Lake Drive.
I'm going to play this video at 4:34 a.m. (4:33:56). Where should we be looking, by the way? Can you point to it?
Yes.
All right, you're pointing to the upper right portion,
Yes, sir.
and the vehicle is going to kind of follow where my mouse is going, correct?
Yes, that is Lake Drive. And the headlights are now entering.
Okay. And you're able to see, if I pause it at 4:34:29, it appears to be sort of a dark sedan-style vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Off the screen by 4:34:31, right?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to put in Exhibit 11 now. This is going to be the pump house video. This might take some time, Judge, just so the court's aware.
Does the jury need a break to stretch your legs for a few minutes? Let's do that. Let's take a 5-10 minute break. Give him a moment to set this up. Just leave your notebooks on your chair, please. Are the next videos brighter?
When we went off the record to take a break and the witness stepped down, he approached me, and he's sitting behind me right now, approached me and indicated that he believed that juror was was a treating doctor of his. He then told me her name, and I checked, and it is her. So I informed defense counsel of that. That's the only thing I would add to that, and I don't have anything else regarding that.
And the doctor treated the witness, but is not an ongoing doctor-patient relationship, is that correct?
You can speak.
Just general practice, like I see her once a year.
Okay.
He sees her for a physical, basically.
I'm sorry?
It sounds like he sees her for a physical or something, it's
That's what
fine.
it sounds like.
It's not an issue for us.
Okay. Then, anything further to address on the record at this time?
No.
Defense?
No,
Okay, then we'll bring the jury back in, and then Deputy Benz, the state's indicated that their next videos are kind of dark as well, so if we could again dim the lights, that'd be great. Thank you. Yes, please. Okay, we're going back on the record at this time. When we last broke, the state was on its direct examination of Detective Spittlemeister. Detective, you're still under oath. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And we're dimming the lights again.
Yep. While he does that, dims the lights, I have now, this is exhibit number 11. We're gonna watch 2 cameras. This is gonna be the Cudahy Water Department video, correct?
Correct.
All right, and thank you for pulling the mic with you. This video that we're watching here is from the actual water department, not the pump house, correct?
That's correct.
So where my mouse is scrolling right here on the upper right, what street is that?
That's Pulaski.
And the date and timestamp on this video, it says April 2, 2024, 2:59:59. Is that off?
It is, but the video is approximately 37 minutes and 52 seconds fast.
Okay. And so I'm going to cue this video up to 29 minutes, 50 seconds. That means 3:29:49, roughly 2:52 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play just 15 seconds. What are we going to see, by the way?
You're going to see a car traveling east on Pulaski Avenue from the bottom right corner, approximately right here, and then traveling upwards east towards Sheridan and Warnemont Park.
In the precise direction of that service gate, correct?
Correct.
Playing at 29:50.
And the lights are now visible.
All right, and there it is.
Correct?
All right, and it's off camera by 3:30:02. That would have been just after 2:52 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct.
The general description of the vehicle, dark sedan, fair to say?
That's correct.
Next clip, that was clip, starts with the number 1. We're just going to go forward. This is clip 2. Same camera, correct?
Correct.
And I have it queued up. The timestamp here is 5:09:49, but really, what time would that be?
It would be about 4:31 in the morning.
Okay? Playing from that time. All right, and you see the headlights up here?
Correct.
Where is that vehicle coming from or going to?
That appears to be Warnemont Park and near the golf course parking lot.
All right, so that would faintly be capturing when the car leaves the service road and heads south towards the golf course, correct?
That's correct.
Down the dead end.
Yes, sir.
And then it returns to Pulaski, and if the other video showed us anything, it's going to drive right by this camera again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there it is.
And there's the vehicle traveling, and it's traveling west towards Lake Drive.
All right, off camera, and by timestamp 11:11 on the video is where I paused it. So what time is this real time, roughly?
It'd be about 5:33 or 4:33 in the morning.
All right. I'm gonna move to camera 1. This is video number 3 on this exhibit. What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is the video that was that I recovered from the pump house. It is facing northeast. Towards the bottom of the video here, you see kind of the sidewalk that goes around the pump house. Off to the left side of the video, over there, that is going to be where the gravel parking lot is. And directly towards the front and center is the end of the parking lot, which is approximately probably like 6 to 8 feet down to beach level. And the tree line to the left on the left side has a couple of small hiking trails that allow you to walk along the bluff and down towards the beach.
Okay, so where my mouse is at right now, is that the general area of where those trails would be to get down towards the waterfront?
Yes.
And when you, obviously you can't see it very well because it's dark here, but beyond that and down by that waterfront, about 100 to 150 yards away from this area, that's where the leg was found, correct?
Correct.
You looked at this camera angle from about what time to what time?
From that 2:50 to 4:45.
Okay, and that's because the videos that we just watched show that car going down towards this area shortly after 2:52, 2:53 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And nothing comes out in that meantime, correct?
Correct.
Is there a similar camera that faces the opposite direction, the southbound direction?
I didn't hear you.
Asked and answered.
I think you can, he's trying to clarify. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes, there's another camera that's on the south side and faces east, capturing the sidewalk in Lake Michigan.
And you watched those video clips as well?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice something on this video camera that you did not notice on the other video camera?
Yes, I noticed headlights along the bluff and a shadow of a person in the tree line.
All right. A human silhouette, more or less?
Yes.
I'm going to cue this video up to 30 minutes and 36 seconds. The timestamp says 3:35 a.m. So this would be about 2:53 a.m. real time?
Correct.
All right. And I'm going to use the zoom feature. That parking slab, if you drive down the Pump House Road, it would actually be a little off camera to the left here, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but on this clip, what are we going to see?
You're going to see headlights illuminating that left side portion of the bluff that I just pointed to.
Okay. Playing at 30:36. And if you can, I want you to point it out when you see it.
The lights are now coming on towards the left side.
Okay? Very faint, correct?
Correct.
I'm now going to advance the video to 39:16. This would be about 3:02 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Real time. The camera says 3:39:15, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now what are we going to start to see?
You're going to see that human silhouette in between the tree line, and I'll point to where we'll be looking. And it'll be in this area where the lake is behind the trees, so it allows us to see the silhouette from the lights on the pump house with the lake in the background.
I'm going to play this from 39:16 to 40:22. And I want you to point it out, Detective, when you see it.
I can already see it right in the left area, towards the middle. And now walking in between these two trees. And right here again, in between the other two trees.
Does it appear he bends over right there?
Yes, sir. And now the individual, the silhouette, is standing behind the tree and is going to walk back towards the tree line and will no longer be visible.
Paused at 40:21. I'm going to go back and play it just in slight fast forward. Point it out again, please.
The person's walking down into the tree line and should be exposed here and continues. He'll bend over.
Right there?
Yes, sir. And then now stands back up and is going to walk back into that tree line.
Paused at 40:22, and then the last clip on this one. Advancing the video to 43:16, I'm going to play to 44:52. What are we going to see on this clip?
We're going to see that same silhouette, and it's going to be entering the same area that we saw before, except this time we'll see the silhouette going down towards the beach level and exiting camera.
Playing at 43:16. Please point it out, Detective, when you see it.
I can already see a little bit of the disruption as the shadow walks through, and the silhouette's now visible in between the trees. And now the silhouette appears to be hunched over. There are rocks and other things to climb over in that area. The silhouette then moves down and disappears from camera.
I'm going to fast forward slightly briefly.
And right there again, the silhouette is visible down on the rocks slash rough terrain that is down towards beach level.
Pause at 44:51. This would be about 3:05 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct.
And after this time, do you see anything else up until about 4:17 a.m.?
I observed nothing else of note until that 4:17.
So that silhouette that descends the bluffs appears, at least from you can see on this video, to stay down there from this time all the way until 4:17.
From what is visible on the camera, yes, that is all that I see.
Playing clip 4. There's 5 total clips. This is clip 4. And I have it queued up to 55 minutes, 22 seconds. What are we going to see on this clip?
We're going to see that same silhouette walking up from the beach level and back into the tree line.
And this would be around that 4:17 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct. And the silhouette is now visible in the area I just pointed to.
Okay. And it appears he's ascending the bluff there?
That's correct.
And now I'm going to fast forward it. So he just came up the bluff,
Correct.
okay? Do you see him again?
Yes, in that same tree line, the silhouette is again visible and appears to be descending the bluff and the rocks down to the beach level.
This would be about 4:20 a.m. real time?
Yes.
And I'm going to fast forward till the end of this clip. He's out of view now, correct?
Correct.
And that takes us to the end of that clip. And then last but not least, clip 5. We're picking up around, it says 5 o'clock here, but we know that's wrong. This would be about 4:23-ish?
That's correct.
Okay. Going to advance to 4:15. And what are we going to see here? Him come back up the bluff?
Yes, so you'll see the same silhouette ascending the bluff and walking back into that same tree line.
Okay.
Can we be heard at sidebar real quick?
Sure.
Can you take that down just for a second?
Yep.
Do you want to go in chambers?
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective, just briefly, the file title's up here. This one says 5, this is number 5, and then it says Cam 1 Anderson 507. Just to be very clear, those were not the video file titles. When you downloaded them, those were renamed for purposes of court presentation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to play, we are at, according to this clip, 5:04:14, and you indicated, I think, that we're about to see that figure ascend the bluff. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is this the last time the silhouette appears to come up the bluff?
It is.
Playing at 4:15. Please point out when we see it.
Right there, at the bottom of the screen, at the bottom of the bluff, you can start seeing the silhouette walking back up into the trees.
Does it appear he has anything on his back?
I did not observe anything
right.
on his back.
I'll go back. So he ascended the bluff that time?
Yes, and I observed the backpack or something appearing to be on his back.
All right. Obviously, you can't, it's dark, but it looks like a backpack. Is that what you're saying?
Something large that was on his back.
All right. I'm going to fast forward. So that's the last time that the figure comes up from down from the shoreline?
That's correct.
Okay. Fast forwarding the video to 7:04. This would be 5:07:05. So this is about 4:29 a.m. real time, correct?
Correct.
And very, very faintly, are you going to be able to see those lights again on that bluff to the left side of the screen?
Yes, it'll be in the far left side of the screen. You'll see a very faint light that appears.
All right, even more faint than the first one we saw, though.
Correct.
Understanding that, could you please just make sure to point it out when you see it?
Yes.
All right. Playing at 7:05.
In that area, as I pointed, you could see the light.
I'll do it one more time. Right there?
Yes.
Okay. Very faint, correct?
Correct.
After this time, which would be about 4:29 a.m. real time, is there any more lights on the bluff or silhouette action going on that tree line going down to the coastline?
No.
All right, so if I understand you correctly, Detective, based on that video, around the time of 3:05 a.m. is when the human silhouette appears to descend the bluff, remain down there until about 4:17 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And that would be consistent with the times that the vehicle entered the service road where the gate is and then exited subsequently around 4:30 a.m.
That's correct.
If an individual had walked southbound from the pump house or been going down the bluffs in that direction, would that individual have been captured in some kind of silhouette form similar to what we just saw here?
On the south camera,
Yes, on the south camera.
it only faced the sidewalk in Lake Michigan. There were no bluffs visible.
Okay. A person walking that sidewalk would be visible, though?
Correct.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. You can have a seat now. Good afternoon. Should we hit the lights back on too?
I think that's a great idea.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
For the last hour or so of your testimony, you've gone through various videos that you collected as part of your work in this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
You did other things in this case, but one of your central tasks was to look for any and all video from this area that you could find.
correct.
And that's why the state presented this court, this jury with videos from public buildings and other buildings in that area. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, as a detective, you take the initiative to go around and look for whatever cameras you can find. Is that basically how it works?
yes, sir.
Did you take your marching orders from anybody? Did Detective Donner, for example, say, I want you to collect it from this building and that building, or do you just use your own judgment?
Sometimes we do get marching orders. Other times, in a case where there's a lot of moving parts, I kind of took my own initiative.
And there were a lot of moving parts here because obviously you've testified about being alerted to a leg that had been found and law enforcement was trying to move rather quickly to try to figure things out. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And I don't mean quickly in a haphazard way, but just as a sense of urgency, right?
yes,
Because you would agree with me that what you did was, would you agree with me that your work in this case was thorough?
for the most part.
Okay, well, what part wasn't thorough?
I do everything that I can.
Okay. In other words, you could make any mistake another person could make.
Correct.
All right, but in terms of being thorough, you pulled videos from a variety of spots and then you studied them over and over again, right?
Yes,
And you also wrote you even drafted a report on that too.
correct.
And there's a lot of purposes of getting those videos. There's many reasons why you would want video evidence. Fair to say?
Yes,
In particular, one thing that you were looking for was to try to figure out, narrow down the time frame if you could of when this car comes to the area, when it leaves the area, right?
correct.
It's important to pin down timelines, but it's also important to see if there's anything unusual that you see on the tapes, right?
Yes,
If the car stops and interacts with somebody, for example.
yes,
Now, to recap, you pulled video from a school, right? Cudahy High School.
correct.
You pulled video from a water station, water department,
Yes,
as well as the pump station itself.
correct.
But that's not all you looked for. You canvassed the whole area up and down Lake Drive and the surrounding area looking for videos, didn't you?
Myself and several other deputies and detectives all did a video canvas.
Okay. From all the videos you watched, can you determine who is driving Sade Robinson's car?
No,
Can you determine, I suppose you can determine it is Sade Robinson's car. You would feel comfortable making that determination?
based on the videos I saw, it looks similar, but with being a detective, I don't want to say 100% that it could be her car because there could be any number of sedans.
Right, even any number of Honda Civics, for example.
Correct.
And none of the videos that we've watched here show us damage to a vehicle that would be consistent with ramming through a gate, for example.
All of the video qualities being at night and from far distance away, we were unable to get closer views of any type of damage.
Even when you try to use law enforcement tools to zoom in, if you can, you still can't figure it out.
Unfortunately, the zoom features that we have, they just increase pixel size. They don't make things look smoother or better.
And I think I asked this, could you identify the driver of the vehicle?
No,
Could you determine at least gender, male or female?
I didn't even get a look inside of the vehicle to determine anything that was going on.
So obviously the race couldn't be determined, black, African-American, white, Mexican.
Nope.
Okay. Now let's talk about the Warmont Park pump house footage.
Yes,
There's footage going north, footage going south, right?
correct.
And where I think the state left off was asking questions about footage that goes to the south. That's angled more towards Lake Drive. It doesn't capture down by the beach, right?
Correct.
So if somebody were discarding evidence down by that beach area, it wouldn't be captured on that video.
No, because it's 6 to 8 feet, I believe, something like that. But from the parking lot down to the beach, you wouldn't be able to, the camera would be positioned above and that would be blocked.
And in any event, the only footage you looked at was from approximately you stopped watching footage at about 5 o'clock in the morning, give or take. Would that be fair to say?
I watched the videos at the water department. I also, I believe, fully recovered videos from, I want to say like 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. And I did watch other portions of the videos as much as I could.
Okay, April 3rd, for example, a couple days, a day or two later, do you pull video from April 3rd or no?
No, I did not.
And the pump videos that we saw, it was your testimony that the figure was somewhat of a human silhouette,
Correct.
a black and white figure,
Correct.
grainy images,
Yes.
going in the tree line area,
Correct.
which doesn't show us really anything other than some human figure going up and down in that area, right?
Yes.
You can't make out even that the person has a body part that they've discarded, can you?
That's correct. I can't determine that.
Okay. Maybe there's something on the person's back you thought on one of the videos when you watched it again, but you can't even say that that's a backpack, right?
Correct. I can only see what's visible on the cameras, and that's just that silhouette and shadow with the lake in the background.
But the jury's seeing it now here in court, but you've had an opportunity at the department to watch these videos over and over and study them closely, right?
Yes.
And that's something that was critical in this case that you've spent many hours of time looking at these videos at the sheriff's department.
Yes.
In all the time can you even estimate how many hours do you think you've spent watching the Warnemont pump footage, for example?
It would just be a guesstimate at this point. I couldn't give you a possible number.
Dozens of hours?
Possibly.
And and there's a zoom feature, we saw that, right?
But when it comes to zoom features, they don't actually increase any quality. They just kind of increase the pixel size and what you're able to see.
Yep, so it doesn't even really do a whole lot.
Correct.
Can you determine when you spend all these hours studying the video, can you determine the race of the person?
No.
Can you determine if it's male or female?
No.
Height?
You could probably tell the difference between someone that was 3.5 or 4 feet versus 8 feet, but no.
Somewhere between 3.5 and 8 feet, we could say.
You'd be able to tell the difference of someone that was incredibly short versus incredibly tall, but I cannot make a height estimate.
And obviously hair color, facial features, none of that we can determine.
That's correct.
Now, the other thing you did in this case was you did a canvas, but the canvassing work you did was to look for video footage. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
You weren't doing a canvas to look for gloves or other evidence at the scene, were you?
That would not have been my responsibility. That would have been on other people that were on evidence search. I was focusing on the video footage.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. And when we were watching the Warmont Park videos themselves, can you say how many people are down there? I mean, do we know that this is even the same person on these various video clips you're watching?
Based on what we saw, there's camera footage only captures so many angles. There's any number of possibilities, but from what we were able to get from Life 360 and our timeframes, we were able to get an idea of the vehicle was the vehicle in question to this investigation.
But that silhouette figure, we don't really know. We don't know where the silhouette figure goes when it disappears from view, right?
Correct.
There's minutes of time during this hour-plus footage where there's gaps, 10-minute gaps, 15-minute gaps where you don't see anything, right?
Correct.
And I guess what I'm asking is based on the quality of this, we don't even know for sure that this is the same silhouette person, could be 2 people or 3 people for all we know.
Yet there's any number of possibilities. We also take into account those bluffs and the waves and everything else that was happening that night, that it would be extremely unlikely for someone to be down in that area.
Sure, but you're drawing the inference that it's somebody who obviously was involved in this crime, right?
Just generally speaking, it was probably 40-ish degrees, raining, and high waves that the average person probably wouldn't be down in that area.
Right, and I'm not suggesting people were hanging out there. What I'm saying is, you don't even know how many people were in this Honda, this car that we've seen on the footage. We don't even know how many people were in that car based on what we saw.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all.
State?
And just to be clear, you were looking at this time frame because it's the time when Sade's phone suggested she was at Warnemont Park, where the leg was later found.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Defense, anything else?
No.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Okay.
I am gonna, Judge, I will recall this witness at a later time for a different topic.
Okay, thank you.
State calls Joseph Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Joseph Blanchard, Joseph. Blanchard, Blanchar.
You a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And how long have you been law enforcement with the Sheriff's Department?
9.5 years.
On April 3rd of 2024, in the afternoon, were you dispatched to Warnemont Park regarding some vehicle parts?
I was.
Okay. Did you recover vehicle parts?
I did.
And where were these vehicle parts recovered from?
Near a porta-john restroom area that was near the gate of a access road to the pumping station and around that area.
All right. After recovering them, did you take them and place them on Sheriff's Department inventory?
I did.
Can you just briefly summarize what inventory is?
Inventory is a documented collection of any type of evidence you may get. That's what we use for our evidence system, how we keep track basically of everything that we may or may not collect.
All right, so it's basically so that when you recover something during an investigation, you need to find that very item, you know where to find it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a number of exhibits. 28 through 30. 28 through 32, Joe. All right. Why don't you take a look at the markings on those? I just handed you a bunch of brown bags, correct?
Yes, you have.
But there's identifiers on those bags.
There are.
And are you able, after you look at them, to tell us what those items are?
Yes, these items are items that I have bagged up from the location I just described. Various car parts from the vehicle I've listed as a Honda sedan.
A Honda sedan?
Yeah, some of them say that, yes, a Honda,
All right.
or just a Honda.
I'd move
28 through 32, yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
28 through 32 are received.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna show you exhibits 15 through 18. Can you take a look at those photos quickly, or not quickly, briefly?
Yes, yes, sir.
You recognize those photos?
I do.
Are those photos of Honda vehicle parts?
Yes, they are.
Okay. In addition to those photos, I'm gonna show you what have already been marked and entered exhibit 14.
Sorry, she's
Okay.
Yep.
All right. $22, you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay. 23, recognize that?
yes,
24,
yes,
all right. And 13, recognize that?
yes,
Okay. Of those photographs, those are parts of the Honda Civic, correct?
they are.
And did you recover those parts?
I did.
Are they the parts in those bags there?
Yes, it's familiar when I bagged them up with my signature and date and name, if you'd like me to open them or anything. Yes, they look like the parts that I was handling in those pictures.
All right. And after placing those on inventory, were they subsequently sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They were.
Judge, I'll move 15 through 18 in and ask to publish briefly.
Any objection?
No.
15 to 18 are received. Go ahead.
All right. Exhibit 15 is on the screen now. This is one of the parts you recovered.
Yes, it is.
16.
Yes,
All right. 17.
yes,
18.
yes.
All right. And in general, Detective, all you could really glean from the parts that you recovered is that they belonged to a dark color Honda vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you were in the area of Warnemont Park, did you also spend time canvassing the wooded area to find, see if you could find any other human remains or evidence?
I did.
And did you find anything?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else for this witness at this time. He would be recalled later.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Christine Shuda.
I'll grab him.
remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Christine Schuda, Christine
Ms. Shuda, are you familiar with the address of 1858 North Commerce Street?
I am,
Is that in the city of Milwaukee?
yes.
And how are you familiar with that location?
I used to be the leasing agent, property manager.
Okay, what is at that address?
It's an apartment building located down by the Milwaukee River.
Okay, in what neighborhood is that?
That's the east side, downtown east side. Downtown east side.
And you can pull that microphone
Should I?
towards you. How long were you the leasing agent there?
For 2.5 years.
Based on your job as the leasing agent, did you become familiar with any of the residents?
Pretty much all of them.
Okay, was one of those residents in April 2024 a young woman named Sade Robinson?
Yes.
And did you become familiar with her?
Yeah.
Can you describe how many times you think you've interacted with her?
Quite a few times, you know.
Did you develop a relationship with her?
Just as, you know, a professional relationship. I'm quite friendly where I work with all the residents. So yeah, she would come in my office and have conversations with me. My door was always open for that, I guess.
So you actually worked there on a daily basis in that building?
Every day.
Every day. Did you see Sade every day?
No, I didn't see her every day.
In April of 2024, did you become aware that she was missing?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
On which date?
Let's start with the second day of April 2024, April 2nd. Did something happen that day that alerted you to the fact that someone thought she was missing?
She had a coworker of hers came to my office and said that Sade had not shown up from work, and it was unusual, and they were concerned, or she was concerned about her. So she asked me if I could use my master key to open her door, and I told her I can't do that. I'm unable to open someone's door with the master key. So she said, will you go upstairs with me to the apartment? And I said, yeah. So we both went up the elevator, went to her apartment, and we knocked on the door. She wanted to knock on the door, and I had no problem with that. So she had explained that Sade didn't show up for work, and I told her, I said, if you're concerned about her, which she seemed to be, I said, you should give her mother a call. And she didn't really want to give her mom a call. And we keep emergency numbers, you know, in a file at work. Instead, I said, well, if you don't want to call her mom, then what you can do is call the police and they'll come and do a welfare check. And she said, okay, well, I'm gonna go, you know, we went back downstairs.
And can I just ask, do you remember what apartment number Sade was renting at the time?
She was in apartment 309.
You reference a welfare check with the police. Did the police come and speak with you then?
Her friend had left. We left together, and her friend left the building and returned to work. And the manager from work, at her work, she discussed it with her manager, and I guess they made a call from there.
Okay. Did the police come to 1858 North Commerce and speak to you at some point?
They did.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you show them to Sade's apartment, 309?
I am kind of iffy on that. I need to think for a moment. Can I take a moment to think?
If you don't know the answer, that's fine too.
Well, because what happened was after she went back to work and the friend went back to work, I made whatever phone call. I wasn't at work after that. I had left for the day. And it's unclear to me right now if I had the next day off or not. No, I couldn't have. Because the next day when I came into the office, police officers came in and then they wanted to gain access to her apartment and they had search warrants and everything else with them.
Okay, so you did have contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay.
The next day.
The building, the apartment building, does it have a name, like the name of a building, the apartment complex?
Yes, the name of the apartment complex is Brewers Point Apartments.
Okay, does Brewers Point Apartments have a internal or an external surveillance system?
Yes.
Okay, would you recognize footage from that surveillance system? You're familiar with it?
I am.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 36. Do you recognize what this is?
Yep, that's Sade coming off the elevator.
That's a still photo.
It is.
I'd ask that exhibit 36 be received.
Any objection?
No.
36 is received.
This is obviously very hard for you, Ms. Shuda, right?
It is.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Do you recognize where this still photo is taken? What part of the building?
I'm sorry. This photo is of Sade coming off the elevator of the apartment building of the main lobby.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross? No. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
State?
State calls Eddie Feliciano.
Sir, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, if you could please be seated, state, and spell your name for the record.
My name is Eddie Feliciano.
Mr. Feliciano, good afternoon.
Could you spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Okay. Eddie-Feliciano.
Please proceed.
Mr. Feliciano, are you familiar with the address of 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
I'm maintenance in the building.
Your maintenance for the
Yes.
building? Okay. How long have you worked in maintenance at that building?
Almost 2 years.
In your work there, did you become familiar with any of the residents?
Yes.
Did you become familiar with a woman named Sade Robinson?
Yes.
How long do you think you knew her?
Like 8 months around.
Okay. And you knew her in April, at the beginning of April of 2024?
Yes.
Based on you knowing who she is and your job in maintenance at the building, were you aware of what kind of car she drove?
Yes.
What kind?
Honda Civic.
How would you describe Sade?
A good person.
Personal?
Not very good person.
A very good person?
Yes.
What color was her car?
I think it's great. Oh, sorry, like dark blue. Like blue, dark color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see her the morning of April 1st, 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember how you interacted with her?
She said bye to us.
Who's us?
Me and my other coworker,
Who's that?
Gamaliel, Vegas.
Can you repeat the name?
Gamaliel.
Do you know how to spell that by chance?
No.
No. State, can you spell that for the record for us?
I don't know.
We don't know.
Take a stab.
Can you say the name again, sir?
Gamaliel.
Camarilo? LLO? Okay.
That sound right, Mr. Feliciano?
Give me a second.
Mr. Feliciano?
I think he was checking his phone for the
okay.
proper spelling is what was happening. And now, just for the record, he's showing it to the court reporter to document the spelling of that. Thank you. Good? Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay, next question.
Did you have contact with the Milwaukee Police Department?
She contacted me at 3 o'clock in the morning, around 3 o'clock in the morning.
A police officer?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you help the police department with?
They contact me asking for her apartment number, and I told them which apartment number, and they told me, like, you can open the door for us.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. That apartment building also has cameras, right?
Yes.
And did you help the Milwaukee Police Department obtain surveillance footage?
No, everything do the secretary. Is the one do like cameras.
Can you repeat everything?
The secretary is the one do the cameras.
The secretary?
Yes.
Are you talking about Ms. Shuda?
Yes.
Okay. Did Sade have a parking spot that was assigned to her?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was?
I know it's all the way to the front. You know, to
Where
the
where
building.
where is the parking lot for that building?
It's I don't remember the number for the, because every single spot had the number for the spot, but I don't remember. I know it's close to the street.
Okay. The apartment building's on the river, right? So one part of the building faces the river, and then where is the parking lot in relation to the front of the building?
It's like the front of the building is right here. It's all the way to the end, to the building.
Is it actually in front of the building?
Yes.
Okay. And she had one of those parking spots.
Yes.
That parking lot borders Commerce Street.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may sit
Thank you.
down. State?
I'm gonna check the hallway, see who's here.
Attorney Vance Curzan? I'm planning on stopping at 4:45. So if you have a quick one out there.
Okay, I will try to find them. Thank you.
Okay.
State calls Angela Young.
And if you could please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Angela, Angela. Last name Young, Jung.
Miss Young, were you familiar with somebody named Sade Robinson?
Yes.
Can you describe what your relationship was with her?
Friend and coworker.
How long did you know her?
Maybe 4 years, if I had to guess.
Would you describe yourselves as friends?
Yeah.
Can you talk about what you would do with her? Did you socialize, go out?
Not really outside of work, no.
Okay. Because you work together, did you get to know her?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe her?
I don't know. She was a really sweet girl. She was really smart. She was really motivated. And she had big plans.
Based on your friendship with her, did you have her phone number?
Yes.
Do you remember that phone number today?
I don't.
Is that something that you would have shared with the police?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what type of car she drove?
Yeah.
What was that?
It was a Honda.
Do you remember the color?
I don't. I think it was black. Maybe it was blue.
Were you aware of where she was living?
Yes.
Do you remember the address or general area?
Yeah.
What is that?
Gosh, I can't think of the name of the street. Right off Humboldt, around the corner from Pick and Save. I can't think of the street offhand.
Was it down by the Milwaukee River?
Yeah.
Had you ever been there?
Yeah.
Can you give us a physical description of Sade?
She was slender, about my height, so shorter, on the shorter side, maybe 5'2", 5'3". Her hair was kind of short, but she wore it all different ways, and sometimes she wore wigs, so it was never really the same.
I'm going to show you exhibits 33 and 34 and ask you if you recognize what's depicted.
Those are Sade.
Photographs?
Yeah.
Those are consistent with what she looked like when you knew her?
Yeah, that's her in her apartment, and that is her when she was on vacation, I think, in Jamaica.
I'd ask that exhibits 33 and 34 be received.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And and published?
Go ahead.
And you knew her well enough to know that she went on a vacation to Jamaica?
Yeah.
And you knew her well enough that you recognize this photograph as having been taken in her residence?
Yeah.
Did you contact law enforcement on April 2nd, 2024?
I did.
Why?
Because I could not reach Sade and she had not shown up to work that morning, and that wasn't like her, and I was scared.
So she was scheduled to work.
Mhm.
You were at work.
I was not at work.
Okay.
No.
How did you know that she didn't show up?
I messaged somebody at work saying that we had talked a few days before about her possibly getting a raise and a new position, and I messaged somebody at work saying that we should probably go forward with that, and they said she didn't come to work today.
Okay, and you're referencing your employment at the Pizza Shuttle.
Yes.
What was your position there?
Management.
And what was Sade's?
She worked cash register and answered phones.
Do you remember how long she had worked there?
If I had to guess, between 3 and 4 years. It had been a while.
You said that her not coming to work was very unusual.
Very unusual.
And that you were scared.
I was.
Why?
Because it wasn't, I mean, if she was even gonna be late, she would text me or call. And when I messaged her, I said, please just text me and let me know you're okay, because she doesn't have to come to work. She doesn't have to answer her phone. But I just wanted her to let me know that she was okay, and I knew she would if she could. And when she didn't, I got very scared.
You tried to call her?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
I think it went to voicemail. Otherwise, it just rang and rang.
What else did you do?
I texted her, and I went by her apartment.
What did you do at her apartment?
I just pulled into the parking lot, looked for her car, didn't see it, spun around, sat there for a minute, hoping that I'd see her, and when I didn't, I drove home.
Did you go into the building at all?
I didn't. I did not. No.
Do you recall seeing any social media that Sade would have posted the night before?
I did not until the next day.
Okay. So was that on April 2nd that you saw some social media?
That would have been on April 3rd. I don't really use social media, but I saw it on somebody else's phone the next day.
Okay, what did you see?
It was a Snapchat.
And what was it? Was it a photograph?
It was not, no. It was a Snapchat from a bar on Water Street, I think, where she was playing some kind of bar game. Beer pong maybe, something like that.
Okay, so was it an image that you saw?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was video.
Okay. Based on not being able to get a hold of her and not being able to find her at her house, what did you do?
I drove to the police station.
Do you remember what police station?
The one on Lincoln and 5th Street-ish?
So down on the near south side?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I asked them if I could file a missing persons report, and they told me that first they would have to do a wellness check. And I said, okay. And I gave them her address, and they said they would send somebody out and they would contact me and let me know what happened.
Did they contact you?
So I did see that they contacted me in the morning. When I woke up, I had a few missed calls, and I was a little bit worried about that because, I don't know, it seemed like a lot of missed calls, and it was very late at night, like 2 in the morning. So instead of returning the call then, I just drove back to the police station to see what was going on.
Did you make a second report then?
I did not. I went in and said that I had missed some phone calls. I had been there the night before to ask for a wellness check or a missing persons report to be filed, and asked them what had happened with it. and the person at the counter went in back. I stood there for a few minutes, and when they came back, they said they had made contact with her.
Okay, so that would have been on April 3rd.
Yes,
April 2nd would have been the day that you reported her missing.
that I first, yes, that they sent, that they went there for a wellness check, or that's what they told me they were gonna do.
And April 2nd was the day that she missed work.
April 2nd is the day she missed work, yes.
I have nothing further.
Are you due to cross?
No.
Okay, then ma'am, you may step down. At this point, I'm going to release you for the day. Okay, so those admonitions are even more important now, right? So when you go home tonight, you can't discuss the case with anybody, you can't do any research, you can't discuss it with each other as you walk out, you can't blog about it, text about it, email about it. You're all getting the gist of all this, right? Put it completely out of your mind till you come back in the morning, and then tomorrow morning we'll kick back up. I'm gonna have you meet with my bailiffs. I'd like to start court tomorrow at 8:45, okay? So please leave your notebooks on your chairs, and you are all excused for the evening. Have a lovely evening. Thank you, everybody. Feel free to bring coffee, water, soda with you in the morning, okay? Thanks, everybody.